Didn't even see it end. Okay. Someone's taking an air hammer to this. Yeah, let's use a punch and an air hammer because that's gonna messes up the threads. Ugh. Then hammer it on. Love it. Can't use a special tool or the air hammer adapter with the fan clutch. Let's just hammer it on. No anti-seize either, so love it. Dealer techs make me so happy. Happy, happy, happy. Okay. So we're gonna get the fan clutch pulley belt first. That thing definitely needs a tensioner. Tensioner does not move freely. Dealer, dealer, dealer. We'll move this fan shroud in since we can. Gives us some extra room. We got a new tensioner, so we don't need to do these. Thank you, baby Jesus. Get down on the crank pulley next. 10. We'll burn our fingers with all the hot bolts coming off of it. We'll start a new cup. We'll switch over to our, what is this, E12. Then we'll contemplate life, deciding if that pulley's going to want to come off easily or not. This guy couldn't get a timing cover, so we're going to have to clean this one up and make it look as pretty as possible. Oh, popped right off. We might be going down again. Nope. You can put the dead blow back since it doesn't need to be used. Might need to move the Starlink closer. Don't know. The 8mm going again. Put a 7 there. That means they put an 8 in the wrong spot. Move that little harness over a little bit so we can get to this one. Oops. Darker than the whale's butt down there. This one's got something coming from somewhere. Bunch of oil down there. Big Exxon Valdez oil spill. Okay, let's get our 7. We're going to need that extension again. We will put this bolt in the correct spot, because that is definitely not where it belongs. We are going to need our swivel in an 8mm now. Hopefully they put the right bolt in that spot. Uh-oh. Eight millimeter went for a ride. I guess it's time to retape that. Do-do-do. Oh yeah, they put definitely the wrong bolt there. It's a mile long. I'm not even gonna be able to get it out with this. Congrats, guys. You put the wrong bolt in there. And I don't even know how you got it in there, honestly. Hit a neutral drop the Milwaukee. Just an FYI, that bolt is way too long. But congratulations for getting that in there. That will go in the front instead of the back, so we can actually get to it. Now we gotta go from the side. I need 3 extensions. And I'm going to assume I'm gonna need the magnetic 8. We're going to need a light so we can see. Because it's dark down there too. Alright. Now, from the side, we'll pull down the carpet and hope there's an 8 in there. And there is. Because the dimwit at the dealer put the wrong bolt in it. Or wherever. Put the wrong bolt in. Grab our light because it's no longer needed. Oh, look at that. One of the correct ones for the bracket on the other side. One of, I should say. The other one's still MIA. Love dealers. Love them. Okay, now we can get our bracket out. You need the 10. And we'll go right back in here. Of course. I think this timing cover's been off. We'll see here shortly. I guess if I can at least get the bolt out, we can. There we go. Not the ideal way of taking that off. Someone's over tightened to that big time. So that's another thing we could fix. Love it. I think theoretically this timing cover should be ready to come off. We'll put the 8 back on the ratchet just in case. Yeah, it's feeling that way. Nope. Missed one. There we go. And where's my red? There they are.
Low battery, 20% remaining.
Wow, you died quickly this morning. I'll wait a little bit longer. Alright, so I don't see anything on the inside here. I see a little bit down on the bottom, but it looks like it came up in, not out. There's no leak on the driver's side cam seal. There's definitely one on the passenger side cam seal. Good thing that's the side we're doing. And it could also be the valve cover, so we'll see. We shall see. We need a 15. We'll break these by hand, because the old impact driver don't like breaking them. They're only 61 foot-pounds, and that is not 61 foot-pounds. I should be able to break those easily by hand. That was impact gun tight. You'll see this thing get down there, and then there'll be a tit that's almost lined up with the oil pump. Alright, we're almost there. Unless someone's had this off, and it looks like someone's had this off. Because it's definitely not lined up where it's supposed to be. So it looks like someone's had this apart. Because there should be like, I don't know if you can see it, but there should be a little hump. And there's not. So we get to spin this all the way back around again. Okay, here we go. We're coming up on it. I'm going to guess that little yellow mark on the pulley was their indication of top dead center. Sure looks like it. Or 30 degrees after top dead center anyways. Well, we're going to stop there. We're close on both the cam gears. It's a little bit off, but good enough for government work. Ugh. As the battery gets down to 10, we'll swap her out. Until then, keep on working. We're down to 16%, so it's getting there. I really wonder why someone was in here. We may never know. You can see the steam coming off the coolant port. That's how hot it still is. I work on these things scorching hot. Makes these bolts easier to get out. Oh, my hands are tired. There we go. Alright. No, you don't have to remove the alternator completely. Just kind of set it down over here. Kind of like so. technicians. Technicians. Almost time to swap the battery out. Should have charged it while we were driving, but forgot to. Oh well. So my thought is they had a oil leak, and either they did not clean that or they did not fix the oil leak, which is both really likely. All right, time to start the next part of this process. Rear timing belt. I definitely don't feel safe reusing those cam gears. Thank God he's switching to the good ones. We're going to need our covers, which we'll put up there. We're going to need our that. We're going to need 10 and 8. And we're going to need a rag. And we're going to need these. So, first we'll throw a rag right there, so we won't make too big of a mess when we unhook the fuel filter. We'll pop this. And this is where a pocket screwdriver is nice because you can pop that off. We'll get our small cap wherever my fingers are, and we'll go like that. We'll find our bungee cord. We'll put our bungee cord right here into a loop. And we'll take our we'll pop our drum clip. Wow, they didn't break that one down there. That's first. Put their fuel lines up like that. We'll change our gloves and our battery. I guess I better look at the computer to see if it ended. Okay. Well, that was close. back to what we were doing before we were rudely interrupted. Why is OBS disconnecting? Okay. Looks like my limitation's computer. Okay, back to what we were doing. Ratchet first. There we go. One bolt removed. We are going to have to take off this vacuum line over here so we can access stuff. Well, both of them off the pump will have to come off. It looks like I'm in the right area, maybe. Both bolts are out of that. We can take this off, put our other cap on the injection pump, or not, drop it down in the engine. Because that fuel pump's out of the way, so we can take the 3 more 8mm away, so we can take the 3 more 8mm out, or 2 more anyways, 2 8mm and a 10. If they all are the correct bolts, which who knows. You probably could get electric ratchet back there, but ain't no point. They're little tiny 6mm bolts. It's like 7 pieces of hardware to get back there to the injection pump. It's not that big of a deal. Done with 8. Time to get the 10. And the 10 is underneath this clippy-doo right here for the fuel line. Don't forget to put that on, because you will chafe the fuel line if you don't. Then you have a diesel fuel leak. And these things should have come right off by finger. They're not really that tight. You break it loose and it'll thread right off. And that's all the hardware to get to the rear pump belt. Now you need this. You will pop a Christmas tree. That is right there. Now come loose. Come over here. Feel around for the connector. Unplug it. And you'll pop that off the little mounting bracket. Take this off right there. And that whole bracket assembly is ready to go. And you have now reached the injection pump. And if your truck doesn't have parts anymore, this thing can get, this vacuum harness can get, canned. It's no longer needed. Say bye-bye. And now all you gotta do is get your little trim tool or whatever, find the two clips for the cover, and pop them. Which I guess is easier said than done, I guess. Then you use your trim tool to push the cover back. So, our injection pump is up where it belongs. So you're looking for the line in the pump, and our line is facing up where it needs to be. So we can put the pin in and set top dead, well, I guess not top dead center, but close. How many times have you dropped a bolt back there? I can't say I have yet. Well, actually, maybe twice. Let's see if our timing tool is still within spec. And she is still in spec. Put that in there. Maybe. I might have to clean up the threads first. Because apparently they're not nice. It's not that hard. But apparently it is. Alright, clean threads. Put a little oil on the threads here. Maybe we can get that thing in there. Not nicely. It won't even go in. What the is going on? Keep it in time. Well, I mean, technically it doesn't say in time, but we're also timing this engine at 30 degrees after top dead center too, so. Come on. Well, let's see if this thing will go in. We ran the tap through it. Let's see if we can get it a little bit closer. Maybe there. Maybe it's because it was out of time. That wasn't far enough. This thing has got me all messed up. Because well, we'll see where these are. See if that's where it needs to be. Cam pins go in. I guess that's top dead center. Or 30 degrees after top dead center. We're going to mark this with an arm marker so we can see it. Gonna mark it there and approximately there. We're gonna stop there. There's supposed to be a little piece right there, but they've obviously had the crank pulley off. Crazy. Didn't put a new belt on it either. And the tensioner was way too tight. So we'll break the cam gears free. Driver's side doesn't need any attention other than swapping the gear. So we'll be good there. We can move the camera up a little bit more. Passenger side is going to get the DDE gear. So we gotta take it apart and we'll put a cam seal in it. Okay. We're gonna need you and you. We're gonna need the 17 and we're gonna need our 10mm Allen. Switch it to off. I'm gonna loosen this. Hold the 10. There we go. Alrighty. Pull the belt off. Pull the ratchet off because we're going to need it and the 18mm instead of the 21. We're gonna need this guy. We're gonna need this guy. We're gonna need these. We can chuck this across the street because it's garbage. Put this on. I'm gonna hurry up and get this out while it's still hot. 13. Where's the baby guy? There's the baby guy. So I don't have to tighten the crap out of it. Just enough so it doesn't move. There. Do. Breaker bar. Breaker bar. Time to get in the engine bay. Broke it loose. Gonna switch to a 3/8 now, since it is easier. Should be able to hold it by hand. Yeah. You want to hold this gear still and up against the camshaft, because if not, you'll break the ear on it, because it's only centered metal, just like the cam gears, and it will break every single time at the worst time. So I'll have to go out to the trailer now and get a cam seal and a bolt, because I don't use DDE's bolts anymore. I have 3 bad ones, and one almost cost me an engine, so I will only use bolts that I know came from Ford. So now I can get out of this engine bay. See that little thing? It will break, and you will be up a creek without a paddle. And I promise you, you will be. Because I was almost up that creek. It's not a good creek to be up. Luckily, there is a way of fixing it. But it's not fun. And it looks like we have a cam seal leak. Yep, we have a cam seal leak. A pretty big one, too. We'll get some brake clean. And the new seal. I mean, these seals are easy to get out, too. Like, you watch. You don't even need the extractor tool that they say you do, but this is probably the worst one to try to show you, too. If it was the other side, it'd been easy. Well, either someone's put a seal in this, or that one's just that bad. It looks like someone's put a seal in this once before. Doesn't surprise me. Alright, to the trailer. Don't know if I'm going to lose you, but hopefully not. It's not that far away. But there is a lot of stuff between here and the trailer. Came so bag. Probably get 3 cans very clean. Should be good. Get some Denko brake clean. I think the computer is the problem with this whole setup. Well, it looks like someone's been here because there's RTV around the outside of that thing, and there should not be RTV around it. Thanks, guys. Love you too. This is gonna be fun. Trying to get this crap off. This is supposed to go in clean and dry, or clean. Next thing you do is gonna get RTV in the oil galleys. Oil return and the pump. Come on, people. Make work harder for the next person. Who cares as long as it gets out of the shop? It's exactly what it is. And it looks like it wasn't set properly anyways. Like they just hammered it in there. You don't need that tool. You don't need that special tool. It's not necessary. Well, I got the majority of it out. Any Loctite that's hanging around out, I kind of just hold on to the stub of the camshaft so we don't move it around any more than we have to. Probably even just use my stubby from Harbor Freight, since, you know, Snap-ons are probably 3-4 times as much as the Harbor Freight one. And I think that brake clean blew out a lot of it because it's going in nice and smooth. Yep, there we go. That's the bottom. It should come out relatively easily. So we'll do that first. I like to take a small dab of Vaseline and put it on the inside where the cam is going to touch the seal. Just a small dab, you don't need much. Then carefully slide that almost into place. Get your tool to install it in your dead blow. And make sure it's seated 1 millimeter flush below. 1 millimeter below flush. Like that. So now I can get rid of this. And we can get rid of this for our new high performance. The company calls it right that sells it. I call it left because it's on the left side from sitting in the car. And the cool thing about using the pins that I recommend on my Patreon page is you don't even have to unpin it to change gear. Just take the bolts out. Way better than using drill bits or anything you have sitting around the house. These pins are like $6 each from McMaster's. And that's how easy the driver's side is to do, or left-hand side. That all black looks killer. So sad we have to cover them up. We can take this thing and go whew, chuck it into outer space. Alright. I will give these guys credit for their packaging. The plastic part of it, not the not the cardboard box side of it, because the cardboard boxes usually don't last to America. You say bye to this, I'm not going to use it. I think they need to open up their holes just a tad bit, so these bolts will go in without an issue, because they're not exactly round. I do not recommend what I'm about to do to anybody, because this one's tight. Neutral drop. Take this bad mamma jamma off. Get this out of there. Get our holding device on. I wonder how the hotel would thought about me doing this in their driveway. I bet I wouldn't be welcome at any more Hiltons. Alright, we have a cam gear. We have a cam seal in there, so we can install the hub. Don't forget to install the seal, because then you have to buy a new bolt. Make sure this thing is in there securely anyways. Make sure the pin is lined up, and if, as you can see, they mark these DDE, so they'll ask you for a picture if you have a failure, and if you don't have their part in there, you will get a warranty that's denied. Which, I mean, I don't blame them for that. Especially on the Land Rover side of things, when an engine's like 30 grand from Land Rover. As much as the car. Alright. Now we need the torquing stick. We're going to need the torquing stick. We're going to need 59 foot-pounds. Oops. Foot-pounds. $59, and then we're going to need our handy dandy breaker bar, which is on its last leg, but 59 foot-pounds. Now we get to go approximately 80 degrees. Ryan, if you're watching, I need one of those tools, please. Okay, where's my marker so we can make a mark? Gonna make a mark on the bolt and a mark on there, and we're gonna make a mark over here to where we need to go. Okay, I'm gonna have to crawl back in there now to do this torquing stick. And then we can start putting this thing back together again with new parts. Ouch! That hood latch hurts. One more. We're almost there. We are there. Take this off. Take that off, and you can see our arrow has moved. It's about 80 degrees. This is no longer needed. You can go back in its home. This can get transferred over to a 21 for the crankshaft. Thirteens come off again. Right now is a great time to put that gear back in its position. 18 in the pin. I like a wrench so it doesn't move around. And you can see where you need to be. There's only one spot for it to go. It's right there. Oh, maybe you can see that. Yeah, you can see our 80-degree turn. We'll need this to do timing. We'll need to put the new gear on again. Make sure it spins freely. Well, moves freely, not spins. We'll use the new hardware and see if they actually fit in there. That's been an issue too. I've had to use the old hardware that's more round. The new hardware seems to be not so round, and the holes and the grooves don't fit so well when you try to torque it to the 23 Newton meters that the standard gears are torqued to. Now, if you're using the Ranger gears, those are torqued to 10 Newton meters plus 35 degrees, which is crazy. It equals out to about 30 Newton meters, 31 Newton meters. Both of them move freely. Time to get rid of this old stuff. We're gonna need that. All these pulleys off. With that being said, we also need to get to the back. Verify our cam is still in the right spot. Our gear is still in the right spot, and it is. And it is. We will take the flex head. We will take a 10mm deep. We will break free the tensioner and the cam gear on the back. We'll move these out of our way because we'll be having some fun. Okay, adjust the camera so you can see something. Maybe. If the sun don't blind us. That's all you gotta do. Crack the tensioner free. Crack the 3 cam gear bolts free. And now you'll take your 10mm on your 1/4 inch. I would recommend the magnetic one. And then take off the tensioner bolt with this. And as you can see, everything is by braille. And since you broke it free, it will ratchet right out. We're not reusing that tensioner, so we don't need to pin it or anything. Even if we did, we could do it outside of the truck. We don't need to use their special tool to put a pin, and no, that's way too much work. I figured out how to reset these tensioners. So once you get it loose, just take the socket and go back there. Do it by hand. Tensioner will fall right out. Then you can take the belt right out. Why pull a cab when you can do that? Look at that wheel. Woo! She's a beaut. She's a beaut, Clark. So, only thing left is the water pump, which I will do right this minute before we put anything new, clean parts on, because it will make a small mess. Be prepared. These are only 89-inch. Art is right up on the timing cover. So, when you do get a new water pump, you will be getting one of these Ranger pumps, if you're getting it from the dealer, with a part number starting in MB3Z. You will need a new pulley, because these are considerably longer than the old one. As you can see right there. If you use the pulley from this on this, the belt will be halfway on the pulley and absolutely just annihilate your belt. So don't do it. If you love her, put a little lube on it. I use Vaseline. You can use O-ring lube, whatever you want to use. Coolant. I use Vaseline. Just get a thin coat across the whole thing. And it should slide in for the most part. This thing, when it stops, is about 89 inch-pounds, so those are more than likely torqued perfectly. Next step, new parts. Okay. These are new pulleys. Here's that new water pump pulley. Here's our new rear tensioner. Got the grenade pin in it. And here is our new primary tensioner. Okay, we need 2 of these. Thanks to Ford's ingenious packaging, I always have extras. There's a bolt for the tensioner. There's the other bolt for the tensioner. Threw the bag. I held the bag in my hand and threw the bolts away. Okay. Put all the new stuff up there. We'll just start with a tensioner since I had that in my hand. I noticed that these newer bolts have a longer lead, or a longer shoulder on them. I know when I was looking up who sells this stuff to Ford, it said Dayco sells these rollers to them, but if you look at it, it's actually NTN. So I'm guessing Dayco buys them from NTN and then sells them to Ford. I have to go see what NTN is charging for these things, because if it's cheaper than 65 bucks, then it might be cheaper just go right to the source and get them. Then go to Dayco. Okay, I beat my light. Usually my light's dead by the time I just get finished doing the belt, getting it all set up and everything. Okay, it's torque wrench time. $177 inch-pounds on these idler pulleys. And then you'll go 45 degrees. Unless you have an angled torque wrench, you'll go approximately 45 degrees. There's that. We'll get rid of this 10 since we're done with it. We'll get our 13. Go to on. We'll set this straight up. And then go 45. Same with this one. We'll set our wrench straight up. And then go to 45. And 45 is about where the pin is on the second one anyways. I'll always get a little hair more. And then, since we've already torqued them, we will give them the torque mark. So we know the timing belt's on. Pray to God I have the pin in the right spot, which I think I do. Both pins went in, so dealer kind of screwed the pooch on that one. It is what it is. Gotta deal with it. Forward in these license plate brackets. right, timing belts. Timing belt. That's the skinny one. That's a fat one. And then let's take the skinny guy out and hang him up on the toolbox so he can preheat. Since this belt has a direction, we will attempt to put it in the direction that it wants to go. Dacos, for some reason, don't have a direction. Maybe Ford would put it on there for their technicians. I don't know. We'll put the China belt holding tool in it. It seems to do a pretty good job to at least hold the belt while I'm setting it. We'll go full left on that. We'll go full left there. Go full left on this. Which will put us somewhat in the middle of the groove on this one too. We give attention. Pull the belt over the tensioner. Make sure all our belts are centered on pulleys. Make sure this one's off the front. This one is actually going to be slightly to the back. Not all the way, just slightly. We can take our belt holding tool off. We are going to need our Allen 10mm. We're going to need our torque stick again. We're going to take you back down to 23 newton meters. I don't quite trust 20 to try to turn this thing over. Alright. So, we get our Allen started. Kind of sit on the water pump. Grab the gear and turn to the passenger side on each side, or the left, whatever you want to call it. Take the slack out. And then we're going to attempt to get that thing in the middle. We're going to need our 17 on the torquey stick. Make sure we're 23, make sure we're somewhat in the middle. And then I'm going to torque this down, and it's going to want to move. this is where you spend 99% of your time, I think. This is where I spend most of my time, is just getting this tension right. And that's too tight, so I have to loosen it up and do it again. For the people that say it can't go backwards on the torque wrench, they're fluid, because you have to be able to torque stuff left or right-handed threads. I take this all the way down loose. Torque check ready again. Right there. Again. Full right twist on both cam gears. Get the tensioner where you think it's going to need to be. Because it moves it a hair, then it gets too tight. Like what happened last time. 23 Newton meters. Check the tensioner again. Check tight again. Play cat and mouse with this thing. Never. I mean, as long as you don't yield the bolt, you should win bolts. I'm going to try right there. And see if it tensions into the middle instead of the edge. There's that. I'm happy with that. That's in the middle. Well, let's paint pen. Come on, this. So we can see it. We're going to mark the bolt. I'm going to get it a little bit of, I'm going to give it a little bit of twist. Go about half of what it should be. And now we can bump this guy up to 204. For the cam gears, we'll need our 18. Nice and loose. This one should be loose already from touching. 23 newton meters, 204 inch-pounds. Check multiple times because you don't want it to come loose while you're spinning it over. You have a fun time getting it back into time. Cam gear pins are up on the table. Crank gear pins coming out. We'll turn her over. We need that Allen to get the pin out. This pin is also on my Patreon page for the design. You can make your own. So on the $100 one from Ford. Hopefully soon I'll be able to rent these things as well. I'm working on a website, hopefully. Okay. Tighten. We're gonna spin this thing clockwise and hope everything stays in time. We're about halfway around. There is halfway. This is where you put cat and mouse adventure too. After the spin, those things are pretty well vacuumed in, huh? After the spin and the tension, I like to loosen up, so it may be beneficial to keep it on the tighter side. Alright. We're almost to our stopping point. Get the pin back in. That's how easy it should go in. Shouldn't be any issues. Should spin it nice and freely. Our pin stop in the same spot. So we're good there. Now let's check our cams. Tight on that side, kind of figured. Loose on that side. So, I'm gonna bet you this thing came loose. have to loosen up the ears and retouching it. Gonna need this. Gonna need this. Always use hand tools on diamond components. Please, 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 please. Do not use impacts. Do not use electric ratchets. Only use hand tools. I mean, unless you like broken parts. But I don't. I don't want to do this over again. Put that in there. Don't let the tensioner snap either. That's why you want to put the Allen back in it. I like to make sure it goes full loose. Like that. Again, grab, twist, tension. Grab, twist, and tension. Now we need to torque again. Of course, torque shuts off. Oh, come on, get on there. Let it loosen up again. This is the spot that takes the longest every time. Very rarely will you get that on your first shot. And if you do, you could probably buy a lotto ticket. Out of the past 10 trucks, the I only bet one on the first shot. Come on. And you know, some dealers would let that go. They would get away with it. But the originals, not so much. Too tight. We're trying to get this thing right smack dab in the center. But, you know, I'm not against one side or the other as long as the whole thing is in the window. I'm not against if it's on the tighter side or the looser side. Three, one. Perfectly in the window now. Give it a little turn so we don't accidentally lose torque. Perfectly in the window. All right. Hope to hear from you. Remember, September is pretty much a no-go for me. I'm taking the whole month off, so anyone who wants to get an appointment, do it before September, or you're waiting until October. Because we have a new baby coming. Registered Cam. Pins are free and not tight. Pins are free and not tight. Pull those. Put them up here so we don't lose them. We can pull our crank pin now. Crank pin now. Crank pin, crank pin. There's the crank pin coming out. looks like they did a valve cover on this thing too. Alright, let's turn this over and see what happens. Here's the torque converter moving around back there. Halfway. Coming around. I can see the paint pen coming. We're almost to our spot. And we're going to pray and hope our pin is where it needs to be. In this window. Timing pin is in. We are about to put it on crank. Goes in. Goes in. And we are loose still. Again, we're going to do this. Allen at 17. And then we'll also need A13. This is what takes the most time. Every time. Loosen it up. Let it go. Slowly. Rotator over. Tension. Fire the old torque wrench again. see where this is at now. Let's tighten that up a little bit more. This is not for the faint of heart. I'll tell you that right now. It's the cat and mouse game. That's fun. That's why I keep doing it, because none of these are ever the same. I've done a bunch of these, and they have never ever been the same. Give it a little bit more torque. We're in the middle. To adjust that boy. We're good. We're good. We're good. Good there. Pull the pin out again. Well, the good thing is that at least we're falling in the same spot. And crank. That almost got it right. Almost. But I don't count in horseshoes and grenades. So. Turn this thing over one more time. We're at least turn it over 2 more times. Once we get it, we're going it. We're going to turn it again to verify. Halfway. pin in. So I can't show you that, but you kind of have an idea where it's at. And how you get to it. So it's touchy, touchy. We'll put some pins in. That one's a little on the tight side. This one's perfect. Well, that probably means it needs some retention. And it does. Come on, man. Keep that one up. That one. Let's try it one more time. Okay. We are loose. Get the tension towards the passenger side. Get the torque wrench ready. Get us in the ballpark. Probably just leave it on the tight side if it's on the tight side. Because it'll probably loosen up by the time I rotate it around. Yeah, we're going to keep it right there. That one is almost perfect. I guess it's the third time it's charmed today. Give it a little. Just this gear. Everyone can see my struggles instead of me just having to deal with struggles. This is the boring part about doing timing belts. The struggle of playing cat and mouse tension. Technically, it is out of time when you're taking the hub off. But if you're not taking the hub off and just doing like the gears, you don't have to take the pins out. So it stays on time. All right. Come here, Allen wrench. Let's take our Allen out of the side of the block. It looks like our pulley is, our belt is aligning itself on the pulleys. After each of these rotations, let's verify the key gears are tight. I'd rather not have to fight them once I get this where it needs to be. Hybrid, I hear the little thing whining. Alright. Halfway. Here it comes. Do, do, do. Allen. Throw the pin in to the hole. Click. We're up on the crank. Alright. And pins are in. Gonna turn it over one more time. See what happens. I end up doing 2 rotations. It is close to the edge. As soon as I get this thing in there, we can put this thing back together. My last one was one of those first time tensions, and it was perfect. Just bought a lottery ticket, so I went ahead to do this. I could disappear on 300 and something million dollars. Okay. I could disappear on that kind of money. I end up in the foothills of Tennessee or something. Back here. Come on. Thank you. Come on. Come on. Okay. There's that. Mirror. Yeah, it's not where I want it. We get to do it again. Do it again. This definitely gets you. It definitely gives you some patience. Definitely gives you patience. A lot of people that have probably already yelled and threw something, and I say it's close enough. Unfortunately, that's me. Man, I've been doing this so long that the battery's ready to be done. stick. Make sure it's ready. Alright, that's what this thing is. Good. Let's hope this thing is good. Okay, I'm happy with that. Give her a little bit more. We're gonna have to change the battery earlier this time, so we don't do what we did last time. Make sure that this is still in there. It is. Perfect. We're gonna have to adjust the cam again. Both pins come out freely. I like. Working on the crank pin now. Whoever invented a magnetic tip Allen and torque bits is going to be rich. Okay, everyone pray to the Lord that this thing is set up. So you don't have to watch me do this again. But start the job. So you can see the high and lows. This is definitely the lows. And we're almost there. We're there. Some don't sound happy. That was my kid. The bus bank would be handed down. Stubby. I think I'm gonna get that new locking handle stubby from Harbor Freight. Be a little bit better than that. Pins. Cam pin 1. Cam pin 2. And our mirror. around the edge. So we're gonna take this down to 71 newton meters is about 45 degrees. Right on the ledge over there. Tensioner like the one I had in Florida. I don't want a tensioner. Make sure. This doesn't work. I'm going to put my spare tensioner around here and see what happens. I think I have one in the toolbox. Bolt in it, spare tensioner around there. Because this thing's been all over the place. Too tight, too loose. Back around. Too loose. Yeah, nice spare tensioner around here. This thing is all over the place. Should be right here. Should have a bolt in here, I think. should have a terrible. Battery swap went good. I will be right back. I gotta find that spare bolt. There it is. Got me a couple of waters while I was up there. It's starting to get hot. It was nice this morning. Well, hopefully this sensor takes care of this. This is unusual, the amount of times I've had to do this. Shouldn't take that much work to get that thing in there. Okay. I thought for sure we had it whipped. It was really close. Where's my 17? Oh, there it is. I thought for sure we had that thing whipped. But nope. Close. Not totally close. Not close enough for me. I had a couple tensioners like this from the dealer. I just all over the place. No matter what you do to them, they're all over the place. Don't be me and forget to loosen up the bolts. Here we go. This again. You out of the way. Get you back on there. Let's get you. Let's see if this fits. Back right there. Let's get you out of the way here. Let's get you back in here. Okay. Center. 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 Pull you off again. Get you back on here. 23. Can't believe I'm 1.9. It's perfect tension too. Mark this so we can see it. Mark that straight up and down with a point. So we know a one whole point over is 45 degrees. Cam gears. It's close to the edge, but not on the edge. So we're good. In the middle. Well, roll with that. Watch this thing. Just perfect. Messing with this thing for an hour. Literally an hour. Give this little guy a little bit of torque. Not much. We don't want to stir. Make sure this thing is still. Yeah. We just went to the flat, so it's not like we put much torque on it. We got our crank out. We should be good. There you go. These one more. Don't want to mess up. That's for sure. Can't afford to mess up. Halfway. This thing's gonna rattle and start up. She is gonna rattle. All the oil's been pushed out of this thing. It's gonna sound like a box of rocks. First start, anyways. downstairs will sound like that. After on the pin, my light's gonna beat me this time. Perfect. Perfect. And come on, guys. I knew I needed to move this game gear anyway, so we'll do that while we loosen it up. I knew I didn't like where the cam gear was, so I was like, oh, we'll make you have to redo it. Maybe I'll keep this belt thing out this time. Not take it off. Push the belt back. Spam call. We'll go to the tight side. Real tight side. And this one. Suspected spam. You can leave me a voicemail. Tell me all about your loan processing. Let's go. Hair tight. Tighter, I should say. The other one, not so much. That one is now perfect. Should be going back together already, but hey, here we are. Ooh, it's not so perfect. Torque it. Still good. Still good. Still good. All right. Well, we left the belt on it. Let's see what happens. I think I accidentally left it on the last one and it was perfect the first time. I may accidentally leave it on all of them from now on. Don't usually leave it on. Well, this one's being elusive, so we're gonna try anything at this point. Can't gear toward the tensioner. All we can do now is pray to the good Lord that this thing is good. Once it's good, I'm good. Halfway. The good thing is at least the cam gears now can handle pretty much anything you throw at them. It's just everything else down the line. The hubs, the cams. Cams are pressed on, so they're pressed on a little bit, I should say. Okay. There's that. There's that. There's that. One in. Don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing anymore. This side didn't, which doesn't surprise me anymore. Well, around one more. No, better adjust these and make this right before we go around. Am I there? I am. Okay, there. Well, this side wasn't exactly perfect setup, so make sure she's in the spot. She is. Make sure that was the way. I might take a quick break after this. After this nightmare. Don't blame myself. I do. Do please and tensioners do. We are back to our home base. Bolt is in. Crank is stopped. Oh, let's take a picture with my phone. Do it. See if it's in or out. That's hard to tell one. Let's try it again. Mm, hair loose. Hair on the loose side. Alrighty. You know what we get to do again. Again. Almost sounds like the movie Miracle. Again. 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 I promise you, it will be right when I'm done. We're just gonna roll with that. Yeah, we're gonna roll with that. We're gonna torque it right there. That was perfect. I could lay it right on the water pump. Lay it right on the water pump and torque it. Should be all we need. Is that here more? Come off the water pump. Watch this be too tight after we go through it. Through all this, it'll be too tight. Be my luck. And this is why I quote 10 hours for this. Because you never know what you're going to get. Like, one you can be done in 4 hours. Takes 4 hours to get it timed. This is not the worst one that I've had to time. My own personal Range Rover was the absolute worst. I spent 4 hours trying to get the tendon right. Went through 3 different bolts. And it came down to Chinese again. Because the next Land Rover I did, I used the Land Rover, the OTC tool, and it timed second. I think like a second go around. So Chinese young tool was not built to spec. We are here. Where we belong to put the pin in. Oh, at least the pin goes in good now. Smoothly, too. Oh, we're right where we need to be. We're going to call it that. We're going to tension this. Actually, we're going to spin it one more time. Make sure our cams are good, which they still are. Perfect. Now, oh, come on. I can't bend, don't want to come up. After I just popped it up. Halfway through one. We'll check it. We'll check it. Get it wrapped up first. This is trash day here. Throw a pin in real quick. Make sure everything's still looking good. If it is, we'll torque it, then turn it over last time. Still looking good there. Still looking good there. Come on. One more time. And look, the belt looks good on all the gears and the pulleys. So one more go around. We're halfway. Coming around. I guess I should get back on YouTube and see where I'm at. Alright. Good. Good. That bad boy. Get that right there. Take you up to 71. Go a little bit more. Get 45. 45. Where's my marking device? Oh, Canada. There it is. Shoot. Just how that looks. Just barely. You can see it right there. Just barely. She works though. She don't move either. It's in that spot from the time we tension it to the time we would do full revolution. So gears are the new gears handle a little bit more than the old ones. It's too tight, but it's also going to stretch. It'll be in range longer than most. Man, this one was a fight. Let's get some padding now. I forgot to do that first thing. Well, at least the game's still in. All that is back together again. We can blast this off with some brake parts in here. Only causes cancer in California. Not the rest of the U.S. We're working on finding a bearing for this so you can just replace your bearings instead of the whole thing. So that's something to watch out for in the future. Depends on who figures out first. It might just be on my Patreon. I don't know yet. Definitely will show you how to do it once we do it. These are 61 foot-pounds. Wherever. Extensions. There's 61 foot-pounds at impact. Like the last guy. Now I gotta clean the front cover so we can at least reuse it. Get it on here before anything contaminates my new belt. after what we just went through to get that on there, we would not want it contaminated. Brake clean and we'll get it. Ooh, about broke my ankle again. We'll get a tub of towel and clean this off. This fuel filter so we can clean it in the basin. Not get everything completely nasty. Don't light a match over here, you might catch fire. This stuff is still flammable. One can down. Oh, this one's got some serious pressure. That's what happens. Leave it sitting out in the sun. Whoops. About as clean as we're gonna get for a brake clean bath. Nice thing is the sun dries it out quick here. We're gonna get it. I gotta fix one bolt so we can put that bolt back in. Someone wanted to use impacts and everything. Wonder what our Starlink usage is today. Yeah, I know we're obstructed a lot, huh? 9 gigs already? Oh no. Yeah, 9 gigs of almost 10 gigs on a stream. Wow. Couldn't do many of these on Starlink. Well, I could probably do maybe 30 with 300. With the 300 roam, I could probably. There we go. There we go. Okay, 8mm. Let's click back in. Get the long extension and quarter inch or 3/8 8mm and the adapter. Then we can get this guy right here. We can get this guy right here. So now we gotta get this apart. And We're gonna need a pair of pliers. Ice grips. Right. And that gun made it too tight. I'm gonna have to go find. Gonna have to go find my tupper towels next. Find your little hole. Man, it's interesting. All these vehicles come up here struggling. What if this in the cover? That's how the last one worked out too. Got the thing in the view now. Damn. Not too bad. Get on there. Pushing in there. Hold all the way down the bottom. Click, click. Alright. Let's see if I can adjust this thing again. Hair. Get you out of the screen. So I can also see. Have me back. That's probably better. Okay, we're gonna need some topaz. Put some parts back on. Start linking this thing. Down this guy. Should be nice and clean. For the next guy. We'll also run the tap through it. That'll make that much easier. Since there's no loctite down in it. That back in. Start to clean up our mess. We don't need chem pins anymore. Well, at least not those ones, but we will need one in here. We're going to use the forward pin. Get rid of this. See, kind of thing, everything that gets thrown out of the top drawer. I need to put a side cabinet on this so I can relieve the top drawer of some stuff. Top drawer is usually where I put all my time and stuff. So where it's at. Anything this, clean that. We can't really go far other than putting bracket back on. After that, we can do fuel system stuff. This, that stupid long one, that's not right, but that's going to be, I have to use, and I need my 10. I need one extension, that's right here. We'll clean that before we install it. Put those pieces of hardware with it. And now, hey, we're doing something other than timing. Oh, we'll be doing timing very shortly. It's a different time than we were doing for the last hour and a half. 10:30 to almost noon. Which is crazy. Usually doesn't happen like that, but sometimes it does. We'll put the long one on the front so we can actually get to it reasonably. Even though it's not the right one. That looks like the ball that goes in these circles, to be honest. Bunch of emails. One to the engine first. Front one. We'll go 8 to the side. I already missed 9.1s. The last two trucks I did were 21s. They didn't have a ABS pump in the way of that. All right. Rear time. Okay. So here's the rear tensioner. With that. Again, it's all going to be rail. We'll grab a light just for the fun of it. Just for funsies. Stick it on the brake booster. This one's got a brake booster. We'll aim the camera so we can see something maybe. You might be able to see this. Feel around, you'll hear metal. That's where it goes. As you can see, it's just all bread. It really just kind of got a feel where it goes in, and there's a nice look out for it. And remember, it's 23 Newton meters, not foot pounds. 23 foot pounds, you'll break that bolt off, and you're going to be having a bad day. Then you're going to have to figure out how to get that bolt out. 204 pounds coming in. Torque wrench. Just a little short guy. Plenty of room back there. If you think there's no room back here, you should do a Land Rover. Then come talk to me about no room. I promise you, the Land Rovers have no room. You can get a shallow 10 millimeter on a quarter-inch ratchet, or the quarter-inch torque wrench in there. That's it. After that, you can get a 3/8 ratchet in there with a 10 millimeter shallow. Make sure it's in its spot, which it is. Looks good. And again, I'm going to say it multiple more times. Everything's by Braille and mirror. I need to get a bigger mirror. I know there's probably a mirror out there, but the little inspection mirrors, well, there's medium, I should say, inspection mirrors, it's fine for me. But I mean, here's my view. I literally look at cooling fan the whole time until I'm ready to plug in. Okay, find the line. Put it on the cam gear first. And hold it there. And then use your mirror to see which way you need to move the belt to get it aligned with the mark on the gear. And one tooth off, so we'll push it back. Done. We'll hold it on the cam side. And then we'll kind of get it started on the injection pump side. Which is always fun to hurt. adjust the belt on or off the injection pump gear a little bit. I get about halfway on the gear, the injection pump. Usually, it'll just slide up on. Slide up on there. Okay. Now that we're on, we're going to check it again. Get nothing moved. Come on. I don't know if you can see it, but we are on. We are still, and we're on tensioner. So now we got our injection pump. You guys look at the hood for a minute. On the top of my toolbox. And then we'll need this tool right here. Get the pump lined up. Hey, we have falling leaves. I got 4 people watching. Well, 3 if you count myself. And again, you heard it here first. More braille. She's lined up. We can pull the pin. Pin. And now we can tension it, or not tension it, but tighten the cam bolts. Since the tension is applied, again, got plenty of room with the torque wrench. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we'll go to the tensioner. Tensioner. 7. We're done with torque wrenches. Pull the injection pump tool off. We're ready to go back together. sure it needs to be cleaned. The sticker just falls right apart in most cases. Airplane all over today. Always, always interrupting my videos. As clean as possible. Don't lose the clip. Get some brake clean buzz. This is some nasty stuff. I'll have to leave our mark so everyone knows that we're future possible owners. Uh-oh. Just a tip. Whoa. Whoa. I didn't clean it to make that big of a mess. YouTube? You wanna stop it there because of that? Okay. Now that this is dry, we can slam this all together again. Pray the last guy timed this right. Okay. That sounded good. Now it's just reverse of everything. Oh, we got a lot of cleaning to do. Like I said when I was working on my part, these get the same amount of love as if it was mine. Can't you see that on a live stream, people? Or don't you care? Alright. That looks acceptable now. Hit me some electrical tape. I don't like fighting these back home. we're going to put tape where tape was. There was a roll right here. Keyword was there's a roll right here as well. Was one right there, but don't need it. Crank bolts. Not crank bolts. Not crank bolts. Not, 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 not crank bolts. Not crank bolts. Not crank bolts. I'm missing a crank bolts. There it is. Not crank bolts. Not crank bolts. Not crank bolts. And not crank bolts. Rear belt bolts. We're down to 2 buckets. Okay, so we can put the second on. Just don't need this anymore. Because it's gonna fall off. I don't have any glue with me. Thought it was gonna fall off. I guess not. That's not the reason why you want to put cover on these. Those little plastic things get brittle. Brittle. And another little piece of tape. That thing won't fall off. Need a new battery before? Oh, usually it's like batteries. Turns on high. Tuck that in there. Put our intake cover back on. Because why not? can see that. Get that connected. Aim that down where it belongs. Get the vacuum solenoid kind of where it belongs. We're gonna need to get the harness in there where it belongs. Get it on a stud at the back of the engine. Where again, you do the vibrating. Same with the connector. Vibrail. Make sure it's connected. Come over here. The vacuum in the vacuum port. And then lock it in its clip back here. So it's correct. Now you put all the bolts in. Ten. Get the 10mm nut. And then you got the 2/8 with no leads on it. 2mm with no leads. 10 goes on a stud. So we're going to need to organize our tools again. Everything's been unorganized and it's getting into a disarray. Okay, where is the 10mm now? Don't need the ratchet over here. We need the torque wrench now. We can get rid of that. So we'll start out with a stud. Get the 10mm on it. So you won't move around. Work across. Get your ratchet. These things don't have to be super duper tight. Just have to be tight. They're only 6mm bolts. Now you go for the harness. Then the 10 on the stud. Take your up against the sheathing, put it on the stud, and put it in another clip. And that is the correct way it should look. Kind of back there. Can't really see it, but so the next two bolts are these. You got a 10 millimeter and an 8 millimeter. They both have lead on them, and they both have washers. That's for the filter housing. You get our filter housing. And dump out any remaining fuel. That's our godsend. Alright. Quick disconnect. Push. Pull. We need a 5 millimeter Allen wrench, which is buried. I will use the ratchet on this. It doesn't need to come all the way out. I will personally put the bracket in before everything. So 8 millimeter goes on the bracket. 8 millimeter with the washer and the lead. That goes right about there. And then the fuel sensor inlet of the pump goes on. That goes right here. The little locating tab goes in the small hole right here. And then 10 millimeter goes in the hole beside it. Don't forget your connector for the pressure. Then grab your filter. And I always go in this way because it's easier. Connect and give it a little tug to make sure they're in. If you did your job and didn't mess with the mounting at all, you should be can tighten both of those. 10 and the 8. We'll start with the 10 since it's already on the ratchet. Again, these don't have to be super duper tight, not impact tight. They're just little bolts. Fine. Vacuum on first. Connect it up. Put it in its clips. Our fuel lines back in the fuel holders, which are remarkable layers there. Just like before, we quick check, make sure they're on, lock them down, pull the light out, back. Turn the light off so it doesn't kill it. Get our tie, or whatever you want to call it. Alrighty. Now it's time to put the front end back together again. Well, I lied. We need one more bracket before we can do that. Our engine cover bracket is to be cleaned. And now it's time to start knocking out the front of this thing. Okay. So I'll start with this. I can't go much further without putting the crank hole pin cover thing back in. Believe me. Now we can put this in. Doesn't need to be super tight, just tight enough. It won't leak. Grab a rag. That we can put our bad bolts in. Surprised that didn't give us a fight, considering everything else. Of our brackets, and now we can do the alternator. If anyone's got a spare alternator, let me know.
Battery 20% remaining.
I would like to pull the pulley off, pull the cover off the pulley, and see if we can find a decoupler for it. Find a decoupler for it. I think some of the times these alternators are bad. It's just a bad decoupler. And of course, you can't buy just the decoupler. I found one for the Land Rover. So I hope you can find one for the. Just get away putting a decoupler on it. Or clutch or whatever you want to call them. The technical name is the coupler. One way clutch. Trying to make you guys as many fixes as possible. I have to buy new parts. We don't rebuild enough stuff anymore. These alternator bolts should go in nice and easy by hand all the way down. If they don't, you're in a state that sucks. Ain't gonna lie. Or someone's tightening crap out of them. Click. Look around the edge and see where you're at. my alternator installed. This wiring is free and not pinched. We can start putting on some pulleys. Don't need that one anymore. We do need these two. Give it a little once over. Show we were here. 3 of these. 3 of the equals. Navigate back. Navigate back. Select 5. Almost had to go all the way down and fetch that.